Okay, so we should be live on YouTube now. Yes. So then I click this. Then I pop out the chat. Hey, what's up, Mark? Damn, Mark, you were here quick. Yeah, we're going to do some MCP stuff. All right, so yeah, we are live over there. Perfect. And yeah, what's going on, Mark? How you doing? So yeah, the main gist is we're going to start building up some slides for a presentation I'll be giving in Arizona on Wednesday. Right? Intro is going to be what is MCP, how does it work, and then like the final bit of it will be, like how could you build your own? And I'm almost wondering like what would be a good example of doing it. And hey, what's up, Josh? So Get Kraken's offices are in Scottsdale. And did I see that right? You hit like 1 million like watch hours or views or something recently on YouTube? I think that was your channel I saw, right? Like I saw the tweet, I think. If so, congrats. Well deserved. I love your setup. Wait, Josh, are you in Arizona? Hold on, I think I just lost the link. Well, yeah, I mean, just in case you want to show up, there you go. No big deal if not. But I do know someone who's trying to get like an Arizona thing going, right? I don't know if you know Keegan, like Keegabit, I think is what he goes by, but he's trying to get like a Phoenix like meetup going, like recurring like dev meetup. Do they have gluten-free snacks? They'll have potato chips at least. I don't know where they're getting food from. They are catering some food though, but I don't know much about the food. Sorry. And yeah, that was 1 million views. Dude, huge, Josh. Nailed it. I don't know if you do much like sponsored content with your YouTube, but we've recently started working with yard.live to do some like sponsored stuff. You may reach out to them to get onto their list. I know Typecraft is one that we're going with, and there's a couple others, but yeah, you should definitely throw your hat in the ring over there. They're basically like an agent or an agency that like connects you up with brands. Like they put in a lot of heavy lifting of like figuring out what brands or what streamers would be good for which brand, etc. It's kind of a cool idea. I'm not sure if you do much of that like sponsored content stuff, especially with like I think you work for Laravel, right? But yeah, just in case, I would definitely recommend reaching out to yard.live. Reach out to them on LinkedIn if you want to do something like that, Josh. Let them know I sent you. Yeah, no worries. Yep. And Ripu, no, I'm not in Arizona. The company I work for is in Arizona, but I'm in Washington. I was in Arizona last week and I was miserable. It's way too damn hot. How are you not melting right now, Josh? Like, I know every house has air conditioning, but you basically don't leave the house during the day, right? I was literally melting while I was down there. Yep, exactly. Utah's all right, unless you're in like Salt Lake and you get that inversion going, where it's just like all that smog. There you go, perfect. Nailed it. Thank you for confirming the copy with me. But yeah, no, I think it would be really cool. I didn't realize that Joe Preveet was down there too. Yeah, it's crazy to me how many people are actually down in the Arizona area. I just never think about it. But yeah, before COVID meetups, like, dude, here in Washington, it's still bad. Like, we've got Seattle JS, and that's basically it. I think Seattle Rust is only limping along because Microsoft hosts them at the reactor. Meanwhile, like before COVID, you could go to a meetup at least 4 nights a week. Like, it was crazy. So yeah, meetup scene still hasn't recovered anywhere. But is there like a consistent meetup in the Phoenix area? Because there should be. I think that'd be cool. And I'm pretty sure I could convince GitKraken to contribute. I don't know how much, but yeah, pretty sure I could at least figure something out. Did the new Wes Anderson drop today? Huh. I don't see stuff like when it's in theaters, but I'll happily watch it when it comes out. I didn't watch the most recent one though, right? The one about like space. I didn't get to see that one either. I hated Moonrise Kingdom. Just not a big fan of child actors. You're watching it in New York. The director sometimes shows up. Oh. No, yeah, I totally get that, Josh. Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I think the key would be like not being one language specific, right? Like a JS meetup could do it, but I don't think a Python meetup or a PHP meetup or a Go meetup would get enough people on a consistent basis to build up a community, right? So it'd have to be like some other kind of like Phoenix.dev or some BS. I don't know. Right? Where you get talks from like all sorts of stuff. Yeah, just a general developer meetup. JS could do it, but it's just so like narrow. It leaves a lot of people out. Oh, and 1 second. Sorry, Josh. Yeah, let me add you as a regular. Let me get more music going here too. No, you're totally good. 1 second. We just have it to prevent spammers. Oh. There you go. You can do links now. I'm out of VIPs. You know what? Whatever. You're high profile enough that I don't think you'd ever pull any shenanigans. So welcome, mod of the bong table. Yeah, for sure. Was that one of Theo's? Dude, his emotes are solid. He's got some good emotes. I've got a ping sticker right now. Bam. Let me get more music going. And yeah, let's switch over to the main scene. Not a lot of meetup options in New York either. I feel like there are a few, though. Whittington. Like, there are some. I just think New York's such a big city that it's tougher. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, you know. The problem with meetups is that it really does require an organizer to be, like, dedicated. And they need to bring other people into the fold. Right? And a lot of like meetup organizers get really like protective. At which point, like, it burns them out. It's almost like if you've ever done freelancing and you set yourself up as like the person that they have to go through to get stuff done, you think you're giving yourself job security, but you're actually just making yourself burn out quicker, right? Because then you have to be the one to do that for a person. Like, in general, the more you can make it to where you can be hands off, the better off you'll be. So yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Yep. Yeah, Seattle JS is only as strong as it is because Carter Rabasa has allowed it to like not be him. He's like let other people step in to be the main organizers. Like people who've only been going for like less than a year. Hey, if they're dedicated and they want to put in the effort of organizing things and doing all that stuff, why would you turn that down, you know? But you really do need like a rotating group to where it's not just one person. You know, they can go on a vacation and miss a day and it's okay, you know? And it is really hard to build a meetup like that. But I think it's doable. Yeah. If it's okay, I may have Keegan try and reach out to you. Because I'm pretty sure he's like serious about getting a meetup going. I met him when I went into Scottsdale last week. Yeah, another big thing about meetups is not being too dependent on like one venue or one sponsor, which also then becomes tough because you got to like really seek out other sponsors. You can get into like a state where like you assume you're going to be at the same place every month, and then when you change it, it harms your like group numbers because, you know, people don't check or whatever. But also it means that you're really like beholden to that one group instead of maintaining like a pipeline of potential like venues and sponsors. Yeah, take it easy, Repo. But okay, so we're on this screen. That's not necessarily the part that matters. I did some research yesterday about what is MCP, right? What is Model Context Protocol, right? So that got me to, you know, modelcontextprotocol.io. Started reading up on like the Anthropic blog, more like mcp.io stuff about like what a tool is, etc. Hopped onto the Wikipedia, and, you know, then started looking at some of our GitKraken CLI stuff because we do have an MCP server. Right? Like, in the context of MCP, right? A tool is actually a very specific thing when it comes to an MCP server. Right? Like, let me launch up Cursor real quick. Right? We'll turn off that one because we don't need it. In fact, let me just delete it. But each one of these like tabs here is a tool that the MCP server exposes to the client, which would be Cursor in this case. Right? So, yeah, I understand, somewhat facetious and having fun, but tool in this context is a very specific thing. So explaining what that is kind of important. So MCP servers are comprised of tools that they expose to the clients. So this single MCP server exposes 39 tools or something like that. You can think of it as basically a function that we expose to the MCP server for what is basically RAG, right? Yeah, a tool can be thought of as a function. Exactly. Yep. So, yeah. Let's go back up to the top, right? So the protocol basically exposes, right? It's all over JSON RPC stuff. The client will send a message called tools/list to the MCP server. The MCP server will then respond with a list of tools that they support that have names and their description and what the input schema is, what values are required, etc. And this is very similar to some JSON schema, right? But in general, yeah, it's just a function that gets called with a prop that the LLM is going to pass to it. And this is responsible for sending back some data that the LLM can then use as context for whatever. Right? So the client would do this tools list request. It would come back with this list. It would know that getWeather is one of the supported tools, and then it could call that tool by doing a tool/call JSON RPC method with the parameters of the name of the tool as well as the argument they want to pass. Voila. And then the response from our MCP server would be something like this, right? So error is false. And we simply pass what the current weather in New York is. Boom, right? It's a pretty straightforward, like, simple tool. We're trying to think about, like, what might be a good, interesting tool to make in our own custom server, which I'm going to have to build out here on stream. But, yeah, in general, that's it, right? Your MCP server is just a function that returns these, you know, specifically formatted JSON RPC messages. Pretty easy, right? Now, I'm sure it goes deeper than that. Like, the work they're doing on our GitKraken CLI goes way deeper than that. But it's still actually kind of simple. The basic idea being, with GitKraken, you need to be, like, authenticated. So if I was not authenticated, right? So we see all these tools. If I actually go, let's see. Let me do it here. GK logout. GK auth logout. So that logs me out. And then here, if I refresh, we only have one tool available to us, which is git local. So there's definitely something that we're working on to where if you were to try and run some of these things, it would probably, like, the ideal thing would be these tools are still listed when you're not logged in. But when you try to run them and there are credentials needed, we can send back a message over the RPC channel that is simply, you know, content type text, and then, you know, warning the user, hey, we've got, you know, we need you to log in or whatever, and I think error would be set to true. But the key is you don't want to, like, throw errors, You just want to label it as an error. So yeah, like there is more to it than just simply request response. There's context that needs to be taken into account. But I think this was a huge issue because me, two of the devs, and like one or two other people at GitKraken were wondering where'd all our tools go. Oh, yeah, our token expired and we needed to relog in, but the MCP server didn't tell us that. So that's like, there's some like things that can be better about this process. All right, so we're logged in and we have all our tools back. Cool. Let me check on a work thing just in case. One second, hold on. Oh. All right, sorry. Coworker was wondering why they're not seeing a specific channel. All right. So yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? I mean, it's a Friday, so it should be fun. If you're not having fun, you're in trouble. Oh, another thing. Of course, just late on a Friday. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know, Mr. Pamper Carrot. I don't know people in Latin America. I don't know people in Europe that closely. Like, I haven't seen their output. Most of the Brazilian devs I've worked with, like at Fairwinds, etc., they were back-end devs, so I don't know. I wonder if part of that is that there hasn't been like a major framework developed in Brazil, because there's a lot of like not invented here syndrome type stuff in Brazil. Like they created Lua mainly because of a trade embargo, but might be related. I think you end up getting a lot of people who really like Elixir, which is somewhat similar to how Laravel prefers to do like more full stacky than just pure front end things. That could be a part of it. Laravel's still fine. Be nice while Josh is still here. He's a mod now. No, I know. I'm just having fun. Sorry, coworker thing. Sorry. A four wheel. Thanks for the sub. Sorry, coworker thing. Sorry, just real quick. Sorry. This is a quick co-working thing. Yep, gotta make sure this person has access to that channel. Sorry, guys. Okay. So we figured it out. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. Okay, so yeah, coworker was using their private email over in our public channel. So that's why they couldn't see anything. Sorry about that. Just chaos. Okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, damn right, Strawberry. It's Friday, isn't it? Okay, so back to it. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, first and foremost, I need to start building out some slides. Anyone here got a favorite slide production tool? Like logging in via the wrong email kind of thing, Four Wheel? Yeah. I mean, it's on the public Slack, so it's not a big deal. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, 100%. Like when I join a new company, I create a whole new GitHub account. I had a CM Griffing at Fairwinds account. I have a CM Griffing at GitKraken account. It's just easier to keep things separated that way. And then there's no like weird permissions issues or whatever, you know? Oh, you did miss the thank you. I'm pretty sure I shouted it out. Yeah, I said thank you, but thanks again. I appreciate it. Yeah, I saw it. 18 months, man. That's huge. And real quick, Bandor, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Let's clear that. I don't think it's important, but whatever. We can close that. Repos, we can clear that. Learn and engage helper we'll do elsewhere. What I need to do is I'm going to copy one of the existing presentations I've done. Trying to remember if I have one set up in a good way. All right, so presentation AppFire Compass event. That's the one I will duplicate. Wow, 460 megs in this folder is probably all node modules. Because I am using a thing from Antfoo. It is called SlideDev, and it is a view-based slide presentation tool. So, right, I don't want to get into an X versus Y, but yesterday when I was talking about libraries and ecosystems and blah, 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 when it comes to building slide presentations, SlideDev is it, and it's a view tool. I make decisions based on tools available, not my favorite toy. All right, so presentation, custom MCP server. Sorry, just asking some coworkers if they want some slides set aside for them. Um, okay, so yeah, let's get to building these out. All right, all right. So convince your boss goes over there. Custom MCP server. Don't need cursor for that. Surly, like, no, he was just making sure that I even responded, right? He was double check if I was being a jerk about it. I'm kidding. I don't think that's why he was asking. Maybe it was two birds with one stone. Yeah, I never look at mod view. I just see the activity feed. So yeah, that's where I saw it. All right, so we are in this folder. Let me update just some of the BS of it. I don't care about that part. I should at least name this part better. Okay, so it's the same mechanism. Got it. All right, so this is custom MCP server. Oof. Okay. Yeah, so slidev CLI, I bet that is way more up to date. So 51.8. Yeah, we'll update it. We can update to 1.6. Okay. So if we look at what's here on the slides. Yeah, I don't care too much about this part. Cool, cool. Yeah, I don't know if the description even matters. I'm gonna get rid of this junk. So yeah, random image is not it. All right, so then this part, not important. And actually, oh, and yeah, we've already got some bugs here. Some of these end up looking a little weird. All right, so that's the part where I want to wait first. All right, what we want to do is I want to disable prettier for this workspace. All right. So then, yeah, this part. What we'll actually do is we'll call this AI and beer. Agenda. So yeah, 5:30 to 6. Mingling. I think I actually have some of this agenda already. We'll have to modify some of it. We could get rid of the leading zeros. I don't think they're important there. There we go. I don't have titles for their sections yet, but we can work on that. All right, so then from there, think title is it. And then if we do this, right, announcements, and then we jump into my bit. And before we get too deep, let's actually do this. So I'm using pnpm. We're going to install. And this is the last song on the album. Let's get something a little more fun and upbeat. How about that? Okay, so we updated slidev and view. Start the dev server. All right, so yeah, this is some of our like get cracking branding. We do AI and beer. All right, there's our agenda. Announcements here. Now instead, I think I want this one to be cover. What's up, Leozinho? Now, hold on. Do I have some better images? We got like brand 3 that we're using heavily. Brand 1, brand 5, brand 4. So I should mix those up. All right, we did brand 3 for the title. 4 for that one. All right, so building your own MCP server. I need to find a good image. I think I got one somewhere on this machine. Maybe not? I thought I had one somewhere. Okay, yeah. One of these will do. Okay. All right, so then from there, colors of DevX is wrong. Go back to slides. Let's just try that. Now I need to go look at SlideDev's docs. How do you start learning about MCP servers and working with it? I mean, that's what we're working on today. I'm going to make some slide presentation stuff that should hopefully explain some of that for you. But we're getting there, so just give me some time. I am not the creator of the GitHub CLI. Nice try there, Super Maven or whatever that is. Um, I don't have. Oh, yeah, I don't have a socials over there. All right, well, let's at least make sure that page is working right. Interesting. Why is the About Me not working? Oh, it's a JPEG. Good enough. So then, yeah, let me see if there is another presentation I might have. Yes. Hmm. I'll just shrink this down, right? What up, Krasner? How you doing? All right, boom, cool. So we got an About Me, and then, yeah, we're not doing Pillars of DevX. All right, so layout, fact. Protocol. No, never mind. Sure. All right, so why should we care? All right, so then the next step is what are they good for, right? And we're going to skip the singing. All right, so then, yeah. Do we want to do this as the fact, or do we just do it as a regular one? Right, uses JSON RPC for its communication protocol. And yeah, hold on. Before I get too deep, let's do an outline. Right, so the outline for this is intro. What is MCP? Not just the mundane clown posse. Right, we want to show some examples of JSON RPC messages. Core concepts, which I think is part of specifics. The basic flow. When connecting to an MCP server. So then, building your own. Part of the Get Kraken CLI. Built in Go. Oh, God. All right, Super Maven's getting a little overzealous with some of this. All right, so what we'd want to do is maybe shout out libraries. Right, so what is MCP? After building your own, we would have a section about MCP server directories. And then wrapping. Right, because I've only got maybe like 15 minutes or so to talk about this. I think we've got enough content here. So yeah, part of the GitKraken CLI, built-in Go capabilities. And then we'll go into some of that stuff. And I already need more ice cubes and another soda because it's a solid Friday already, isn't it? So let me use the restroom. And yeah, like, how do we feel about the general structure of this, right? We'll fill in more of the gaps here in like the building your own MCP server part. We'll talk about libraries, and then we'll go to start showing like code snippets, right? In fact, I think we would even do like demo, right? Like show it working. Sure, why not? Code snippets. We'll probably want to show like various different languages, right? But yeah, to me this seems like a solid outline. Yeah, all right, so let me go grab some more ice and use the restroom, and I will be right back. And then, yeah, we'll finish hammering this out, and then, yeah, I think this part will go kind of quick. So yeah, my ice machine is going to be operating in overtime. Alrighty, so let's do another one of these. And what's everyone up to? Enjoying your Friday? Fun plans for the weekend or anything? Like, Krasner, what are you doing? Anything fun? And I forget, Krasner, do you do fantasy football? I feel like I've asked you in the past. I think last year you had too many you were a part of or something. Maybe I'm mixing it up. You're having a yard sale tomorrow? There you go. Yeah, yard sales are always kind of fun. The US 40 garage sale? What is that? All right, so first, yeah, core concepts, go to the top here. It's a garage sale weekend that goes from Western Illinois to Maryland across US 40. Oh, interesting. Huh. That sounds really cool, actually. Hmm. All right, so then, yeah, let's go fill out these slides. All right, so yeah, I'd say that's decent for that slide. We don't want to overdo the amount of stuff on slides. I think we are going to get rid of some of this junk, though. And yeah, how many people we got joining from the Alt F4 stream? They raided another channel. I see the bump in numbers. A few of y'all came here instead of hanging out in Clonks. I appreciate that. Is that you, Mr. Damon Wolf? Were you over in Alt F4 streams and you came here? Nope, just bored. All right, well, tomato, tomato. All right, so yeah, this slide, if we look at our outline here, core concepts, yeah, that's the next bit. Seraph, how you doing over on YouTube? Welcome, Mr. Sir. All right, so the core concepts of this, right, is if we go back here and we look at their list of things, it's basically prompts, resources, and tools. Didn't know you could use MCP as a CLI. Most examples run a local server, e.g. Spring AI or Fast AI. And when you're saying like running a local server, you're talking about like they're exposing like an HTTP server. Whereas, yeah, instead, if you look at, let's see, let me do another tab here. Right, if I just did GK MCP, that's actually running the server under the hood. But it's not a URL. It's just, you know, it's something that Cursor or one of these tools would launch up and run itself. So yeah, when I'm like setting it up in the settings for it, it's just the command that we would run, which is GK, and the args that would be MCP to that command line. So yeah, right? So there's actually a better way of displaying this. I think VS Code makes that easier. So if we go MCP, add a server, maybe I just want to look at, well, let's just add one, right? When you go to add one via VS Code, they give you the option of standard IO versus HTTP. And HTTP is basically server sent events, which is kind of cool. But yeah, local command, that means that Cursor Cursor or VS Code Copilot, they're all just running their own process to communicate with the command line there. So yeah, it's not like a persistent server as much, though it is technically a server, but like it's not HTTP at least. So yeah, it's kind of cool. And maybe I should describe that better over here. MCP is Model Context Protocol. It's a way of adding extra functionality to things like Cursor. Right, so Cursor, Windsurf, Copilot. You're thinking about building the 1000th Jira MCP just to explore how it works. Yeah, that could be good. You know, it'd be better. Think about just some service you have that you wish had an MCP instead, right? And what's up, CodeSpent? So, and yeah, hold on one second. Let me read that in just a second there, Mr. Demon Wolf. But one way to think about it is, I don't know, like, could you build... I'm trying to think of a good example here. The one that I think would be nice, that I'm not necessarily going to want to connect up right now, but I'll at least like hard code some of the data, is like an MCP to figure out who to reach out to for a thing. And you would just plug in like your org chart from Bamboo or something, right? Like, hey, Cursor, who do I reach out to about this ticket? This one person's out. Who can I do whatever, right? Like being able to plug in your org chart would be interesting. So I don't know. Try and think about just like smaller scopes. You don't need to wrap the Jira SDK or, you know, any of that stuff. Yeah, touche, CodeSpent. I get it. No, it's something that you can keep in your back pocket and then release before you leave. Boom. Right? You can just screw over like a manager you don't like. You can color it to where like always reach out to this person. Right? Who do I reach out to? It was determined to be Tim by a fair dice roll. Yeah, just try and build something small. I think that would be a good approach. Like, I got to think of like a good example for what we're building right now, you know? So, yes, Mr. Demon Wolf, let me read what you wrote. The git commit AI feature required a key before. Now it's just included with no setup. Feels good, man. Yeah, it's included to a degree. Like, you can run out of credits, so that can be a bit tricky. But yeah, so you're stoked. Yeah, that'd be awesome. But yeah, no, that's cool. 250,000 tokens a week is a lot. It actually isn't. I was only able to generate like 2 sets of commits and PRs. I'm dealing with like multi repo stuff. Yeah, I think generating PRs is maybe way too context heavy. Commits might be a little bit better. But all right, so you're a fan. Yeah, that's cool. That's some nice feedback. You only really like it for the commits. I think PR is nice too, but yeah, it'd have to take into account like your like PR templates. Like honestly, it needs to take into account your commit like templates too, like your commit history. I think in Get Kraken Desktop, you can give it like a custom prompt. I don't think you can do that in our CLI tool yet. But yeah, you're stoked. Cool. All right, so then we do something like that. Perfect. That chewed up just enough space. So then from there, we go to core concepts continued and then prompts. So then, yeah, prompts are structured messages and instructions provided by the server. Resources are then something. I don't remember what those are. Files, database schemas, or application-specific data. Uniquely identified by a URI. All right, so model controlled. That's fine, Mr. Deemnall. Not a big deal. Our current CLI tool is aimed at like multi-repo setups. So if you have your back end and your front end, but you want to kind of commit to them at the same time and not juggle the branches of them manually, then a work item can make that a bit better. I think we're trying to get work items into GitKraken Desktop and GitLens, but the command line is where we kind of proved out that idea first. So I needed to capture that. Let me shuffle this over a bit more too. All right, so I want to bring in that image. It's a PNG. Not sure we even need the title there. right? Here's an example of all the tools that the GitKraken CLI exposes as part of the MCP server, blah, blah, blah. Cool. And then let's look at our outline again. Core concepts. So then, yeah, the basic flow. The hell? Is this not an image? Oh, wow. Oh, that's an SVG. Interesting. Okay. Copy element. We'll call it architecture.svg. Oh, yeah. OBS on Mac sucks, man. It's one of the main reasons to stick with Windows for your stream PC kind of setup. If you have Windows. If not, well, yeah, you're kind of screwed. There you go. Yeah, that happens. That will happen. Interesting. So, what is up with this architecture.svg? Why is that not working? Do I trust Red Hat? Well, no, but we will for the moment. Okay. Hey, it blended. Okay. So it was just bad XML. Maybe, Rishi. You kind of just wasted your question on asking if you can ask a question. Why would you do that? All right, so yeah. Concepts. We talk about prompts, resources, and tools. We talk about, or we show the various tools. We show the architecture. And then this is where we maybe want to show like the flow. That's fine, Moshiko. It's just a server that the LLM sends a question to or asks for some context. Rishi, could you stop yelling at us? You don't need to do it in all caps. I'm not sure what you mean, Moshiko. Could you be more specific? That's not what MCP is for, Moshiko. MCP is just the thing that you are providing to the LLM. You're not instructing the LLM. The LLM is doing its own thing, and that's part of the application process. Right. The MCP just exposes a tool that the LLM can use. So I think you're just thinking about it in the wrong order. All right, so when you first connect an MCP server to something like Cursor, it sends this tools/list, which is how it's able to determine this list of tools that are available. Skipping that song. Server responds with available tools. I forget how to do comment in Slido. Like, how do I do presenter note? It's the first comment. That's it. Yep, correct. Now, is next cursor used to paginate through the next list of tools? That part I'm less sure of. Like, it looks to me like... No, that is in the set of tools. Yeah. So, no, that's right. All right, so then right? And we're basically just kind of like duplicating some of this stuff. So then this part, let's think about this. We'll have calling tools. All right, let's see if that layout is looking even remotely close, right? Host client detects the available tools by sending this request to the server. Right? The server responds with the available tools here. It's a bit large. And then, yeah, calling tools. We got the left and right. I'd say that looks okay if I could spell request properly. So then, yeah, looking at our outline, right? That's the basic flow when connecting. So then, yeah, we move on to the building your own part. And yeah, thank you for letting me knock this out, guys. Like, I really needed to get this to a point where I'm confident I could give a talk about it. Like, I think we're really close, right? Building our own MCP server, that part is going to require a little bit more work. But we can get like the MCP server directories and wrapping up in there too. So yeah, then this next bit, Stranded Enigma. Thank you for the follow. Is this for Cascadia JS? No, this is not for Cascadia JS. This is for a thing at GitKraken next week. Now, the Cascadia JS talk isn't about MCP. It's about Blue Sky. What's up, Definite Optimist? How you doing? Feel like it's been a while since we saw you. Yeah, probably don't need the watch on. I always put my watch on way too tight. I just don't like the feeling of it like sliding around on the wrist, especially like getting in this area where it feels like it's gonna like get in the crease, you know? Like, ugh. But yeah, I definitely do my watch a little too tight. Enjoying the rapid-fire rate of evolution the industry offers today? You might be the only one that enjoys that. I'm kidding. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I mean, sorry. I really don't like throwing those terms around. Yeah. See, like, not true ADHD, just low attention span. Not a fan. Appreciate the fact that you recognized it, but yeah, like, don't trivialize things like that. People do the same thing with OCD and a bunch of other conditions that I think does more harm than good. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yep, we're just building stuff. All right, so yeah, calling tools, then we move on to building. All right, so you want to build your own custom MCP server. So then we get to this page. Framework / libraries. All right, so then what libraries are there? All right. Let me check on a work thing. So is this the same one? Yep. Let's just double check. MCP. Yeah, I'd say that one's good enough then. Maybe. Like, what do you mean specifically? Wait, was that actually a thing? I don't think those are actually a thing. Like, what specifically? Like the head bobbing, sure. Yeah, I get that. The way we switch, like, desktop screens and stuff, maybe? Ooh, okay. So these guys might have a bunch of these. Oh, that's fine. Beanie's speech, desk arrangement, mentalities on ethics and other topics, head bob mannerism, reactions. Yep. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, dude, it's been a long time, you know? Like, I've been streaming, it'll be 7 years here in like a week. Actually, in like 4 days. That's a lot of streaming. Yeah, no, I just auto completed the wrong thing. C sharp is and Kotlin are what it should have done, maybe. And the Rust one doesn't exist either. There is a community Go one, though. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, C sharp, Kotlin. All right, so that one is not there, but I know there is a Go SDK. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it makes sense there, Codesman. All right, so then the Go ones. There's MCP Go.dev, which looks up to date. And then there's MCP Golang. Also looks up to date. Oh, there is a Rust one. Oh, but not released yet? Any other languages we should include, or do we think this is a pretty full-featured list? Oh, PHP. There you go. I'm curious what a PHP SDK would look like. Because it's an evaluated language rather than a persistent language. Okay, now this one looks pretty good. How about this one? This one's a little less updated. I'd say, yeah, we'll do both. Sure, why not? They're they're both available via Composer. Thirty 30. Pretty sure I can do something like this. Yep. See if this ends up working like I want it to. Yeah, that looks okay to me. How do we feel about that? I think that looks solid. Yeah, I'm going to say that's fine. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? Let me do this shout out thing. A raid message. What's up, the Morton? Work, and talking about nerd stuff. Mostly the latter. Yep. That's just how streaming goes, isn't it? It's just the best. I'm doing well. We're building out a little bit of some content for some work stuff because I have to give a presentation at the Get Kraken offices in Arizona here on next Wednesday. Basically, I have to I'm like the MC of the event. I haven't fully hosted a meetup myself before, but how hard could it be? So I'll be the one doing and welcome everyone, blah, 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 give the intro and all that BS, and then I give a 15-minute-ish talk about what model context protocol is, how defining it, and then eventually building out the section for how you could build your own MCP server. And then from there, I pass it off to two other coworkers who talk about some cool hackathon stuff we did. Is my eye color purple? I don't think so. I think maybe my color correction is messing with it a bit. But no, my eyes are like a dirty blue. Like a somewhat light blue, but then there's a weird kind of greenish star thing in the middle. Stash Life. I've spoken at enough meetups that it's really not that big a deal. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, so what were you up to on your stream, Maya? Like, how are the fish doing? Pouring another beverage because it's a nice Friday, isn't it? There we go. When it's a reasonable temperature here in Washington, the ice isn't nearly as necessary as it was a couple days ago, but it's nice. So let's keep going. But yeah, do I know anyone coming in from the raid that might be feasibly able to attend a meetup here in Seattle? Not a meetup, a conference here in Seattle. Like hundreds of people. Tickets are at $800. But if you could feasibly make the trip on your own, you could enter to win a free ticket. So yeah, if you're here in the US, maybe go fill out that form that Nightbot just shouted out. You know, it doesn't have to be the US. If you're in Canada, Mexico, or even elsewhere that you still think you'd be able to make a flight here into Seattle, feel free, throw your hat in the ring. Your odds are pretty good. We've only got 15 people registered right now. Yeah, no, I get it, Maya, for sure. Yeah, if I didn't already live here, I definitely wouldn't be taking a trip here. All right, so yeah, the framework / libraries page looks pretty good to me right now. The next page that we got to get going is some actual like code snippets, and then maybe a demo of what we built. And yeah, what's up, Messino? How you doing? So what could we conceivably build as a CLI tool? Yeah, a little bit of MCP stuff. We've got a Git Kraken MCP server that you can actually install right now using our CLI tool, which is kind of nifty. I think we have docs around here somewhere for it. Oh, I'd have to actually pull it up over here. 1 second. I have my own Discord, yep. All right, so making sure I'm still centered in the screen. Yeah, so our next slide is then going to be, right, we'll show some code snippets. Do we want to do this with Node.js? Let's do it with Node.js. That was the end of the album, though. Let's get another album going. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I'm giving a talk about it at a Get Kraken event on Wednesday. We currently have a Get Kraken MCP server that you can connect to. I thought I just gave that link, but I'll paste it again. Okay. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, Get Kraken started out as a desktop tool, right? Like a desktop GUI for Git. We've got Git Lens and VS Code. We've got a web app, and now we've got a CLI tool that does some interesting things for like multi-repo setups, and also it does CLI stuff. Like, MCP stuff. I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. I did some stuff for the CLI, but not the MCP part. Oh, you're saying the GIF that's showing, right? I mean, just notice how we replace things in chat. Right? So if you do just an LOL, same idea. There you go, Cosmet. All right, the HTTPS one. All right, let's see how that ends up looking. All right, standard IO example. Oh, and that one doesn't scroll. Ooh. Uh, yeah, that'll work. All right, so app.post, we create a post endpoint. It's stateless. Then we do transport.handle request. Trying to think of like what would be a good example. Let's go look at some example servers, maybe. All right, so what do we think would be a good example MCP server, just for fun? Hmm. Chuck Norris jokes? Damn it, hold on. I messed that one up. In high school, when Chuck Norris' phone rang in class, the teacher's phone was confiscated. Chuck Norris can do a guitar solo on drums. Yeah, I like this. All right. All right, so hold on. Let's look at their examples here again. Oof, and it's in Python. Hmm. Okay. So as an example, they run the create server function, which comes from everything JS. I don't see where they're creating the tools yet, though. Okay, so list tools request schema. So that's just a type. Okay, so they end up parsing the message. Okay, so then call tool request schema. Okay. This does seem needlessly verbose. So then, yeah, that create server function is up here, and that's where we do server, etc. Okay. So when we create the server, we end up getting server and cleanup out of it. Oops. So then we connect the transport, then it handles the request. I don't really care about the session ID. Check one quick thing. All right, just had to check that. All right. Let me double check what they're doing. Let's go back to here at the top level. Yeah. So if we get this going, right, it's some Express stuff. Yeah, we'll create a folder here and we'll call it server. In server, we're going to have index.ts. We can copy all that. All right, we'll bring that in. What? And yeah, I can just do this part, right? We don't even need to do a whole separate thing. All right, so then Explores, totally different thing. We don't need that. I don't want to do that from standard IO though. Excuse me. Whew, sorry about that. All right, so yeah, we create the server there. Chuck Norris facts, not jokes. So where do we see a server.tool implementation? We see this. We see the name. Okay. So what they're saying basically is this callback doesn't work, but I'm wondering if maybe I want to add something here, but they don't like that. Right, so what are they complaining about here? Output any. I think they're saying it needs to be a string. No, so we can't cast that. Looks to me like it would be content as well. Oop. Hey, all right. So that works. Sure, why not? Okay, cool. I don't know. Remains to be seen there, Larobi. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. I get it. I was a little harsh yesterday because I had already dealt with a couple people doing the X versus Y BS. That's on me, though. Thank you for not taking it, like too harshly. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I still take the blame, but yeah. At least the excuse makes sense. I hope. All right, so yeah, api.chucknorris.io/jokes/random. And it is going to be data.value. I'd say we're good. Okay, so then yep, hold on. So we'll create a command here. We'll call it MCP. Listening on port 3000. So then, if I were to go and do MCP add server, HTTP or server-side events, Oop. Think I want to do that? Okay, so now Copilot. Do I have Copilot? And hey, what's up, Amir? How you doing? And yeah, this is VS Code. Exactly, jar sauce. Um, hmm. Let me add it to cursor instead. Uh, Let me look up how to do this with cursor. Hmm. So cursor only supports SSE so far. That's not ideal. Okay. So we could do HTTP right here. And then the URL. Okay. All right. So we would do HTTP and then URL. So that's just a warning. Okay, so then here, chat, used one reference. So no, do not use that. Add context tools. Chuck Norris's first car was a bulldozer. Okay, solid. So hold on, before we get too deep, let me hide that. We should have a description. What's the right way to add that description? Okay, so we got something like this. Let's do this. Indent using spaces, but only 2 of them. There we go. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. Like, sounds like marketing junk to me. But yeah, I got that email too. All right, so we restart the MCP server. It's running, and we go back to here. Tell me another Chuck Norris fact. Chuck Norris can slam a revolving door. Why did we not see that get logged, though? Oh, because I just did it as a const. Yeah. Hold on. Well, that's not a joke. C# community was very mad about it. Sounds about right. Let me try this real quick. Okay. Yeah, so that works over here. Ooh, model returned an error. Elmo was originally blue and had a deep voice. Then Chuck Norris roundhouse kicked him 4 times. The last kick changed his voice. Yep. Okay. So yeah, Cursor I think is a better demo for this. Oof. Yeah, our current Get Crackin' MCP has some bugs, man. All right, that one was good. Chuck Norris once had diarrhea. He shat karate. I don't know why. That one's just funny to me. Tell me another. Okay, so that one's fun. What's the difference between Chuck Norris's penis and a beer tap? You wait for them to say, I don't know what. All right, never mind. I'll just go get my own mug of beer. All right, so maybe we want to do a different like API. What would be a better API that would be a little more safe for work? Another. Compared to Chuck Norris, The Rock is a pebble. All right, so let's go look at this. Public APIs. There's a list of them. I need your help finding an API that we could feasibly do this with that's maybe a little more safe for work. So yeah, anyone out there on YouTube? Or GitHub? Oh, that was the wrong thing there. You can send it to Twitch chat here. So yeah, help me find an API over there that we could use while I go use the restroom and grab another soda and some more ice cubes. BRB. All right, got me some more ice and more soda. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anyone find an API in this list that they think would be kind of cool? Cat facts. That could be a good one. Ooh, Heroku app. Yeah. Heroku apps are probably not going to be live still. Currency exchange rates? Sure. Hmm. Ideally, it's not going to have any auth. Oh, there you go. That's not a bad idea. Okay. Hmm. I feel like there's something we could do here that would be more fun. We don't want it to be offensive, though. Meow facts? That's not a bad idea. This is an interesting API. Huh. Meowfax. All right, Meowfax could be a good one. I like it. I'm wondering if maybe we could do it like cursor wise, like refactor what's on this page with variable names. Like, I don't know. I think Chuck Norris facts are fine. I'll just read it and see if it's offensive, and then, we'll update it. I'll make it go another. I think it's fine. I think we're close enough with it. All right, so yeah, let me bring cursor over. Yeah, I think the Chuck Norris stuff is fine. It's a meetup where there's gonna be beer, People are adults enough, I think. We'll see. We'll find out. I should pour the whiskey first before I put the ice in. I can't tell if that's a lot or not. Guess we'll find out. All right, so yeah, I'm going to call that good enough. What we end up wanting to do then is all right, we go into our slides here. We've got the HTTP example and all that jazz, and it's scrollable. So then we get to this section, and this is where, let me look at my outline again, just to be sure. We showed some code snippets. Hey, what's up, Freshwater Fern? How you doing? What are you up to today? What if you added fishing to your game? Ooh, you're making a game. Yeah, what kind of game is it? And yeah, I think fishing is essential for every game. Duh. Expedition 33 was almost a perfect game, but no fishing. It's a great game, actually. And I don't know. There might be something you could consider fishing in it, but I haven't gotten that far yet. But it's such a big game, it's hard to explain. Is it like MMO style? Do you have a link for us? That might help. Well, level in a mafia game where you got to fish to find the body. Ooh, I like that. I like that. One thing to shout out, Raiders, if you could conceivably travel to Seattle in, I believe, September, go ahead and fill out that form. Oh, you're actually in Seattle there, Freshwater Fern? Well, yeah, you should put in, put your name into that raffle. You could get a free ticket to Cascadia JS. It's a good event. But yeah, I live in Redmond. So yeah, cool. Do you ever make it out to Seattle JS? You'd sell your ticket? Nah, come on. Like, it's going to be tied to the person that wins. I don't think you'd be able to sell it. But stay ethical, you know. But anyone who would conceivably be able to travel to Seattle JS for Cascadia JS, it'd be cool, right? There you go. Totally. But yeah, Cascadia JS, it's a great event. I recommend, if you get a chance, to show up, but not a big deal. It's fine. Matata, yeah, check it out. Hakuna. So yeah, for everyone joining, I am currently working on a presentation. Oh, wait, what word did you try to use? Yeah, I don't know if I want to allow that one. Sorry, no offense. Yeah, we try and keep it a little more safe for work here. It's fine, it's fine. I swear like a sailor in my own time. I just try and keep it a little more safe for work here. As I sip my whiskey. So I'm only human. But yeah, so hold on. I almost forgot to click your link because I got distracted. I can add it to my wish list at least. Perfect. Oh, yeah, that's right. I like the art style for this. There you go, Melaneth. Just chugging. Yeah, I really like the art style. Did you do all the art yourself, Fern? Or are you like working on a team with some people? Well done. What's it built in? Game Maker? Cool. Yeah, like the action sequences that I saw in the video look pretty good for Game Maker. I'm surprised by that. Yeah, like I guess I don't give Game Maker enough credit. I think Game Maker is what Thor uses for his game, right? I think. What is it? Heartbound or whatever? Nice. Like, what is the scripting language you end up writing when you're doing Game Maker stuff? But yeah, the game looks good. It's on my wish list. Whenever you do go live, let me know. I will happily buy some licenses so I can give them away, if that's okay. I offer this to so many game streamers, right? Like game devs, but no one's taken me up on it yet. I'm not kidding. I make that software dev money. I can afford to buy some licenses. But yeah, anytime, just let me know. I'm looking forward to Adam Learns Live, like his game too. I think that one looks really fun. But yeah, well done. One of these days I want to make a game of my own, but I don't know. I got to do some other stuff first. Adam is also somewhere in Washington. Yeah, he likes to keep it a little more vague. But yeah, I've met Adam before, for sure. Like back like pre-COVID, we spoke at like the same meetup at Bellevue JS, and we went to the Twitch like meetup at one point too. Yeah, he's super cool. He's one of the most sincere people I know. Like it doesn't mean he's always like the nicest person, but he is extremely sincere. No, he's super nice to me all the time. I don't know how I'm trying to phrase that any better, but yes, he is extremely sincere. Very awesome dude. He has a very sarcastic sense of humor. I guess that's the way I should phrase it. He told you you're a chameleon? What does that mean? He also gave legit advice. Yeah. He's a very smart dude for sure. Yeah, he's part of the reason I even stream. Like, he can't claim full credit, but I had interviewed at Mixer, and one of their like higher up people was like, "Man, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you streamed. Then you'd understand our customer base more." And I was like, "All right, I'll check it out." And then I went and like looked in I forget the name of the category back then. I think it was just part of like creative or maybe programming was the name. And I saw Adam stream, and he was just a dude working on a side project. That was that just looked amazing. So yeah, Adam wasn't necessarily like the initial inspiration, but he sealed the deal because he just made it look so fun. Don't tell him I said that. I'm sure it would make him blush. And you can tell him I don't care. Like, it's fine. You had a friend computer rewrite a 25-year-old C program that did a rotating cube of pixels on a flame background. You had to add a frame limiter, and you had it rewrite it in JavaScript via phaser. Cool. But yep, later there, Sequi. Have a good one. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing I'm working on right now is a slide presentation. Let me go to the beginning. We'll just sum it up real quick. I'm going to be at an event in Arizona. Oh, I should start the server at least. Oh. Yep, yeah, no worries. Enjoy your dinner. Hold on, wait, what are you eating? Because food's important. And this is a foodie stream in disguise. Like, I want to make some carbonara here soon. Like it's been a while. But yeah, so Get Kraken is hosting an event in Arizona next Wednesday, in which I will be going and emceeing and then giving a talk. The event is AI and beer, basically. There's the agenda, and, you know, I'll ask people if they have announcements, like they're hiring or any of that BS. And then my talk is about building your own MCP server. I go into, sure, describe me. What is an MCP server? Right? Model Context Protocol is what MCP stands for. And then more specifically, I go into some of this stuff. You know, describing it, talking about it, etc. From there, I discuss some core concepts, like the difference. Oh, it is a little cut off. Whatever. No, hold on. Let me fix it. You're right about that. So yeah. Right? Some of that would be that way, blah, 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 the core concepts. Then I continue discussing some of the core concepts, and then I point out what tools are, which is all these things that the Get Kraken MCP server adds and allows. From there, I talk about the architecture a little bit. After that, I talk about the flow of how a host or client sends this JSON RPC message of tools/list, and our server responds with the things that it exposes, right? So get weather is a tool in this example snippet, right? And then from there, now the MCP knows about it. If I were to prompt it, hey, what is the weather in New York? It would then craft this JSON request, send it to our MCP server, and our MCP server would respond back with the data. So then, yeah, you want to build your own? Sure. There's a bunch of SDKs in a bunch of different languages. You should check them out. We're not going to go too deep right now. When building your own server, right, like we mentioned, or technically I will mention, when I give this talk, there's the standard I/O approach, which is basically building out like a CLI tool. And then there's the HTTP approach, which is basically like setting up a server that someone could connect to. Now, there are plenty of MCP servers that you would run locally that still set themselves up as HTTP, but it could be as simple as just a command line tool. As an example, at Get Kraken, we have GK MCP, and that was the thing that showed you all those tools. It's just a command, so it spins up its own process. So then from there, right, we show some more examples. And this is basically the part that I'm leaving off at. Oh, yeah, all right. So these are empty because this is where you're kind of like catching up with where I'm at in this presentation. So at this point, now I want to show some individual snippets for like the code that we wrote. And then if we go look at that code, right, I can start the server pnpm MCP, and then I would go and launch up something like, and hold on, let's do a new chat. Tell me a random fact about Chuck Norris. So then it prompts to run our custom MCP tool that we just wrote recently, which is at localhost 3000/MCP. We allow it to run it, and it just goes and makes a request elsewhere. So, bad idea, following Chuck Norris on Twitter. Worse idea, following Chuck Norris in person. No one follows Chuck Norris and lives. Boom. Right? Something stupid, something silly, just fun for a presentation. But the basic idea is now I want to show snippets from that source code of how we got Chuck Norris in there and how simple it can be to build this stuff out. And then once we have that, let's look at our outline. Right? We would show some of the code snippets, we'd show a demo, and then we'd show some MCP server directories where you can get access to all these MCP servers that exist, and then wrapping up. So then I want to finish up these slides, and we'll call that good. And then we got just a little bit more kind of like work BS that we can do. So yeah, kind of fun. In general, it's just like a 15-minute talk. I know I glossed over a bunch of stuff here as we were going through it, but yeah, it's kind of fun. And let me double check this chat message from Matata. It's cool at work. You're looking to add MCP servers to your stuff, but your senior engineers are working on proof of concepts and demos for you, so interested in learning more. Yeah, like, you probably don't want to dox where you work. But, yeah, just like as an example at GitKraken, you know, we expose functionality via our CLI tool that means that Cursor could then do, you know, get local stuff, listing branches, connecting to Jira, doing some of our GitKraken like API BS. Just in general, you just expose actions that this thing can take against your API, and it's better than like wrapping your entire like open API specification, you know? This is just like a standard way of exposing that functionality to a tool like Cursor. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward, actually. I think it gets really easy to complicate it more than it needs to be. Your clients are all internal to your company, so you get to have a bit less security, which is nice, but that is a concern. Yeah, so one thing is, basically, you may want to end up creating state within your server. The way that I built this, and honestly, this is empty and we don't need that file. That one goes away. What you'll see is like session ID generator, undefined, meaning that we're not using session IDs to store state for specific clients. But you could do that to where each user has their own unique ID and you're not leaking that state to other people. That is definitely a concern as well. So yeah, maybe that's something I should add to my outline. So yeah, do a quick demo, then talk about concerns, and then MCP server directories and wrapping up. Yeah, let's hammer all that out. All right, so the Chuck Norris fact. Right, so then we do the demo. Right, we do concerns, stateless versus stateful. Each request is a new instance of the... Nah, it's not a new instance of the server. Sure. Right, so then something like that. All right, so then what are some popular MCP server directories? So yeah, Pulse MCP is one. Let's look at a few of these. Oh, I know Angie. Nice. Okay, so Pulse we saw. Do they? Do you have a link? Yeah, 1 second. Let me make sure you can actually share the link. Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, very cool. Okay, so based upon this, I'd say we're good to go. It's just a lightning talk. They don't need me to talk for that long. But we at least got the info in there, and I'm going to call it good. Boom. All right. Like a glove. Let me just go create. I'll call it private. Make it public. Why not? This bullshit. Okay, cool. I'm all pushed up. No, it's one of those weird errors. It's a ghosty issue. Like ghosty doesn't do git commit signing via GPG properly. We've had this error for weeks. Like I might be able to, you know, update. I might be able to update ghosty, but yeah, I don't know. And yeah, it is a modal in the terminal, and that's probably part of the issue because basically ghosty is complaining about the window not being big enough to render that modal, but it definitely is. Like, so something's wrong there. But whatever. Warp's fine. I still like the idea of having to log into a fucking terminal, you know? That's just weird. But I did just install Warp Preview so that I could test like MCP stuff with it. So, whatever. But okay, so let's close some of these tabs, the things I just don't need anymore. Okay, Kraken's CLI we can close. MCP stuff we can close. Yeah, all right. So then, yeah, I'm going to call that good. We can close that one for now. Yeah, I'll just shuffle it. I don't think mcp.go in our Git Kraken stuff is necessary. But yeah, here we go. All right, so this is what we're moving on to next, and I think I can close cursor right now too. All right, so we're doing another project over here. All right, so I'm building out this app. I'm calling it Convince Your Boss to buy Get Kraken, basically. Something seems majorly broken on that. I need to clean off this trackpad, but not right now. Oh, that would be why that's failing. So then if we just do true for now. All right. So this is the initial version of Convince Your Boss to Pay for Get Kraken. This is your boss, theoretically. He's definitely a Java dev. Now, it's flashing like that because we don't have a blinking version, and we should go do that. I had it summarize something there, but what I want to do instead is let me find some of these images. Create the same image, but make him mid-blink. And what's everyone up to today? Come on, ChatGPT. Ugh. It changed his eyebrow color and everything. Dude, ChatGPT sucks. Is there a better model I could use or something? Oh, whoops. Keep everything in this image the same, but make him blink. Now I'm looking to see like how much they messed up the other one. Okay, no, so the eyebrows are good. We want them slightly off color. God damn it. But no, not quite. Eh. Eh. It's fucking bullshit, man. But let me get more music on. Does Synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? He blinked so hard his dentures came out. How many credits are they billing me for this bullshit? Will it blend? Select an area? How do I select an area? Ooh, there you go there, Larobi. I think you nailed it. It didn't get the bottom teeth. Oh, I see. So I need to have it completely reproduce the image. And then I can like draw the part that it should modify. Let me at least download this one. Like, they don't have to be perfect. We can always regenerate them later. I'm going to do a new chat and try what you recommended, right? So, reproduce this image. Yeah, I'm a little new to the image prompting game. You guys are teaching me some stuff. I think it's fine. We don't need to spend too much time on it. Like, I just wanted to, like, fill in the images for now. But, like, the important part is actually making this thing interactive. Oh, it's still, like, slightly off. Like, it does the jagged edges of the beard a little wrong. The width of the plaid is different, too. Yeah, so it'll never be, like, perfect, huh? But no, that's cool. I didn't even know you could do the draw thing right there in ChatGPT. That's solid. Yeah, I'm learning a lot already. Thank y'all. It removed his glasses. Yeah, no worries, Trapdoor. Have a good night. It's like he took his glasses off to blink and rub his eyes, you know? Okay, yeah, we'll download that one and call it good. And what's everyone up to? Y'all enjoying your Friday? Anything fun? That means people on YouTube too. What are y'all up to? Any fun plans for the weekend? I might try and do a little golfing on Sunday, maybe, especially because we're getting some of this work done today. You escaped lecture hell, and now you're in assignment hell. What the fuck am I paying for? How do we think it's going to do? It's going to blow it, isn't it? Like 100% going to blow it. All right, that one works. That one works just fine. All right, so we'll do a new chat, but I need to actually base it off of this one again. Make him happier. Because, yeah, the Avatar Dash 4 that I have is actually broken. Like, it has a different eyebrow color. It's a little weird. Okay, yeah, so that one looks great. All right, so renaming this. All right, so then this one, I want to do this. All right, so now we make it blink, and then we should be good. We just needed these 4 images so that we can do like the blinking thing. And then I'm going to need to start modifying the custom GPT so that we can get a numeric value from it as we are prompting it. All right, this one looks good. Sweet. So we'll let that one finish. Yep. Yeah, that one's good. Okay, so now let's go back to here. Did it like change the aspect ratio or something? Oh, dude. What the fuck? Right, it moves the laptop. It changes the shade of his hoodie. Dude, LLMs fucking suck, man. Like, ugh. We'll leave it for now because it's not the most important part. Okay, so let's start thinking about the application itself. We've got the current user input, the chat history, the bot chimes in with his own thing, and items end is true. We actually want this to be if that's equal to bot. What I'm gonna do here is something like BG gray 100 if it's bot. And instead of 100, we'll do, I don't know, 700. All right, so then what is up with this? Why is it not going to the width we care about? Align self end is what I'm actually looking for. Okay, so we'll leave it like that. We will do a padding, I want to say 2. Sure. We'll do rounded, just rounded. Sure, looks like we're doing rounded SM elsewhere. Maybe. All right, so then here, this will be BG gray, I don't know, 200. And color gray 700. Something like that. And I think it's text gray 700. Yeah, that wasn't it. All right, so let's figure this out. So it looks like, yep, nope, this is the mistake. Oh, yeah, so align self is not it. There we go. So it's self end, not align self. All right, so we do that part. I want to use Get Kraken. Interesting. So yeah, I may want to figure out the right way to make sure that like auto completes. But also, hold on, the width we're doing, that's a max width. Right? We want that to be just the width of whatever they typed. What's the right way to get that styling? Okay, so we can do W fit content. Right, but then the max width would be just, that's 75%. Okay. All right, what am I using as my component library? Looks like just raw shed CN. I was thinking maybe there was a way to prevent, like, enter. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe we just want to do text field. I think that's the move. Yeah, never mind. I don't think we need to overwrite it. Because, yeah, I was looking for text, not input. Input would be fine. So if we restart that, we can refresh this. It'll take a sec. I'm just going to add padding to the bottom of this. Oh, but instead of PT, we want PB. Maybe? I don't know. There we go. All right, placeholder, type your message. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to go through this process. Convince your team lead. How do I get access to this custom GPT via the API? And for that, I probably end up needing to go here. Maybe. Yeah, let me double check this. There you go. It's not a bad idea. Okay, well, sure, why not? I'll do that. So we just have to prompt it ahead of time. That's a little annoying, but totally doable. I'm not allowed to tell you. Read the docs. That's funny. All right. Real quick, let me go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. This will be a quick one. I'll grab another soda here in a bit. Not too yet, though. Okay. So I think what I'm understanding now is that I need to maintain the entire context. And yeah, let's delete a bunch of these. Yeah, exactly. It was probably done to prevent reverse engineering, but yeah, that's crazy. All right, so yeah, what we end up needing to do is create a directory API. Inside of API, we need to create an endpoint. What do we want to call it? We'll call it chat. Oh, and it's not chat.tsx. It's just chat. And then we do request.tsx. All right, so we'll bring in this dependency. I don't think we have Zod imported yet. All right, chat request schema. We're not using that yet, but parsed request is that. Roll we don't do. And now we're not doing messages. Message. All right, we'll say 256. Sure. All right, so then, yeah, once a user submits this, what ends up being the response back? Whoa, what the fuck? What did I miss in chat? Okay. You're experimenting with OPN Sense as a cloud router. Till this point, you're amazed. You could use WireGuard as a LAN interface, and okay. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I guess that works. Let me go look at their pricing. GPT 4.1 Nano. Yep. All right, so the main gist is we're going to be sending back more than one message. Is there any way to prevent someone from hijacking an interface like this? Hmm. What's up, Chronic? How you doing? So yeah, the next bit is we want to think about what's like a database that we could use, right? Convex. Okay, so convex looks good. What are some other like database as a service with like a reasonable free tier? All right, let's go look at Neon, Terso. I think Terso is probably the move. Okay, so yeah, we'll do it with Terso here. Sure, why not? Not a big deal. You mean for this? Yeah, this is Shad CN. Oh, Terso? Is Terso a Shad CN site too? Yeah, looks about like it. That's a good point. You don't think so? Definitely Tailwind. A little trickier to figure out there. Ooh. Okay, I was going to say, might have noticed something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not actually sure how to tell a shadcn site versus a non-shadcn site. I'm not sure I know how to figure that out. The button classes. Transition colors instead of transition all. Yeah, it doesn't look exact. Yeah, I do see like the and SVG stuff. So it could be an older version of shadcn, but yeah, like the SVG stuff looks pretty accurate. Yep. But yeah, interesting. I wonder why they put org as a property on the button. That part's a little weird, right? I'm not sure what that solves. But okay. Bring that back up. So yeah, I'll want to fix the neckbeard imaging. But that part's fine. So yeah, as far as sending the messages to the API, we want to try and prevent injection attacks. We probably we need to start scaffolding the database part of things. You made some attempts on the image. Look. Yeah, it looks all right. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just have to put in a bunch of work to keep it consistent color-wise and all that stuff, which we don't need to worry about right now. What we want to worry about now is maybe Larobi. Yeah, I don't know. Like, people tend to blink so fast that catching a middle state's a little tricky. But yeah, the hard part here is we want to maintain like an ID context with the user. We'll generate an ID using nano ID. But we almost want to like generate that ID on the back end. I guess it's going to be really hard to prevent abuse. But we also want it to be like somewhat like random. So user lands on the page for the first time, we generate an ID, ship that to the browser. In generating the ID, we're basically just setting up like a session in the database. And they use that to fetch the session. So then, yeah, here in API, we're going to have a yeah, if we're looking at what the API is, we're going to end up wanting to use IDs. I need to bring in nano ID. A little bit like a CSRF token. Yeah, except that we want people to be able to like fetch their existing conversation too. But the idea being we don't want them to just be able to randomly generate one. Yeah, it's just a unique session identifier, but we want to be able to generate it ourselves rather than someone else just creating one based on like a hard-coded value. Yeah, exactly. So if we think about it, there's going to be a like a start endpoint. Yeah, I don't care about the fingerprinting part. Nah, fingerprinting's not worth it. Because we also want people to maybe like share a link, you know? Like we want it shareable. Would there end up being a finished state that we care about? I don't know. Yeah, let me go grab some more ice cubes and a soda, and I will be right back. So basically, we don't want to generate the ID until they've done an initial submission. So it's almost going to be like a start submission versus like a chat submission, right? So yeah, we're going to have the start endpoint, the chat endpoint. Chat's also going to have like a get. Okay, so then start async function post. Yep, we'll do all that. Oh. Validators.ts. This chat request schema. What's the name of the validator again? Something request schema? Chat request schema. You know what? No. We're going to do it this way. Z from Zod. All right, so then this is the part where we need to do Terso stuff. We're going to use Drizzle. All right, we add Drizzle Kit as well. All right, let me just double check this while I go grab some keys. I don't have a database created yet. Okay, so I got that created. Create a token. No expiration, read and write. Terso auth token. And Terso database URL. Where do I find that? Copy URL. There it is. And then what do they call it? Terso something URL? Terso database URL. Okay, so the rest should be good. Let me just copy and paste some random thing. Yeah, we'll just do default like this. All right. Okay, what the fuck? For this whole project, for this workspace, indent. Okay, that looks better. And what I actually want to do, hold on, let me just go turn prettier back on. Oh. It is on. All right, yeah, that looks fine. All right, so now we've got the database. We export it there. Create a schema.ts file. All right, so then from here, this is not int. there's definitely a way to do this with Drizzle. To like pass like a generator function, but we can just do that elsewhere. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so text, primary key, age, we don't care about. Users table is actually incorrect. This is just going to be chat table. And honestly, it could just be messages table. No, it's going to be chats table. It's going to have an ID, and we'll do messages just linked to it. I think that's fine. Okay, so let me get more music going. Is it necessary to do 2 separate tables? Probably not. I don't expect the chat messages to get that like deep. Like how far are we really thinking people are going to go with these? 20 messages max? Probably not a big deal. So yeah, chats table ID. All right, so we got chats table, export, const, chat messages table, sure. We're gonna have an ID per message and a chat ID. Something like that. The message itself, when it was inserted, and role. Are there arguments we could pass to text here? Doesn't look like it. No. I'm going to say that's probably good enough. Yeah. All right. So we do that. Here. Create a drizzle.config.ts file. All those good. So we definitely added drizzle ORM. But I think our drizzle config TS is slightly off. So the out is that source DB schema is there. Something seems off here. Why would it think this isn't there? Oh. Why is it looking in... Wait, no, that's the right folder. Yeah, public, convince your boss, drizzle.config.ts. I feel like we ran into this last time too. You shouldn't need it globally. All right, well, let's try this. Interesting. So it was PNPX trying to do like a fetch. Interesting. All right, so then if we go look at this, rows read and rows written. How do I actually explore the data? Yep, so chat messages table, chats table. Perfect. All right, well, that works. Well, we got there. All right, so we do that. We got the dev server back up and running. Let's look at our endpoints. Here in app API chat and start. All right, so start kicks off with just a message. We parse it. We make sure that's all it's got. And then from here, we don't want to do that. What we want to do is we're going to bring in not that. Wait, hold on. Oh, no, that is it. So at lib drizzle db whatever. So then db dot So there's definitely something I'm missing here in drizzle. Ah, okay. All right, so we do an insert that takes the chat's table. The values we care about are these. Now, hold on. we were doing something like this. Okay, so schema here. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Let me go look at the AI docs. Generating structured data. So yeah, you would do generate object, model, schema, prompt. Right? And no matter what, we're going to set a maximum of 256 on it. So that helps. We can always fine tune that length, but at least it'll prevent people from sending way too much. Now, what does that come back with? And that's not a promise, right? No, it's just a response. We're building. So we did some stuff earlier, so I could build out a like what a custom MCP server would look like, and we fiddled with that, made some slides. We're still doing a work thing. This is related to a bit of like stuff we did from a hackathon at GitKraken last week. But the idea is to build a bot that you would argue with to try and convince your boss that it's worth paying for GitKraken. And then tomorrow we hop right back into Oh My God. And then hopefully we finish up Oh My God quick enough that we can hop back into Masijo here soon too. But yeah, like, got a lot of plates I'm spinning, work-wise. Just the way of the world. All right, so the new chat here, this is actually going to be Nano ID. But we're going to make the Nano ID stuff long. So that goes here in lib as well. We should do it all lowercase and just numbers, though. So yeah, let's just do the Nano ID thing real quick. They've got a little like app to help visualize how long it would take to create a collision. Here it is. ID collision probability. All right, we crank that up to, we could make it 36. So we would need to generate way too many IDs, or it would take basically a quadrillion years if we were doing 1,000 IDs per hour. What about per second? Only 36 trillion years. I don't know. I'm a little worried about the collisions. I don't know. No, we're fine, right? We're totally fine. All right, so instead of custom nano ID, this is going to be chat ID. More like new chat ID. Or create chat ID. Because we might call it new chat ID elsewhere. So then we're also going to do const, and we'll just call this characters. Right, so then for message ID, we could still do the 32. I'm not sure that part matters as much. All right, 32 bytes plus like the length of the messages, which is going to be 256. So if we're less than 300 bytes, right, per message. Hold on. So 64 plus 256, 320. That'll be per message. Per chat will be separate. So if we just do this, right? I think we get 5 gigabytes divided by 320 bytes. 15 million messages before we hit Terso's limit. I think we're fine. Dude, there's no way. All right, so yeah, we'll create these. We'll call those good. All right, chats would be smaller than that, but each message would be 256. And technically, we'd allow the bot to do longer than that. So it could end up being less than that, right? Like maybe the bot responds with like 1,000 characters. I think we'll still just call it good. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, so then starting a chat, this is create chat ID. Actually, hold on. So then this next bit, right, malicious check result is similar. But not quite the same. This is then going to be chat message reply result. We're still going to do 4.1 nano. Message is z.string. What's up, Chris? How you doing? So now I'm Eminem, not Chester Bennington. Marshall Bennington, Chester Mathers. All right. So yeah, this part. The schema we want back is a message response, and we want like a score, which is a z.number. Min 0, max 100. I can be anyone I want. There you go. Well, thank you. I agree. And yeah, everyone on YouTube, we already did the MCP server stuff. Now we're just building out a bot for work stuff. I don't know, man. I don't listen to either of those bands. I think Eminem's voice is passable. It's all right. You know, it's not like the deep voice dude from Jurassic 5, right? J5 Blackalicious, right? Like that voice. That voice kills it. Now, I wasn't a big fan of Linkin Park as well. Some of their songs are all right, but yeah, it's just, nah, they're not my vibe. Especially, what is it, like Mike Shinoda or whatever? Dude, I hate his rhymes. Like, ugh, gross. Very low effort. Yeah, I'm getting music going. Give me a sec. Let me think about it. I use a lot of like auto completion tools. I am rarely using chats and prompts. All right, so then what we want to do here is message and score. And honestly, we can just do the shorthand for those. Okay, so this is what we would get after starting a new message. What we end up wanting to do... Right, this prompt is going to be different. So we've got that over here in ChatGPT. I can go look at this. I can then edit this. Oop. There we go. All right, so yeah, we'll do some of this junk. So and then, yeah, this comes back with a message and a score. That would be the user, like the bot's reply. At which point we also need to then, and hold on, we need to bring this in. We need to do another insert where the role of this is bot. So we want to insert into that. We create another message ID. The date now is that. And then instead of this, the message is just message. And we want to do messages here like that. Then here, this one is role system. Okay, yep. So then this would come back like that. We would want this to be pretty fast when the user tries to navigate it, right? So yeah, there's probably some Next.js shenanigans that I could use to actually make this better, but we'll call this all right for now. So user makes this request, it comes back like that. We get rid of create there because we're not using that, and we get rid of that. Okay, so we've got this start command, and then this chat. Right, we're going to do that. But what we want to do is we want to export an async function here. And it's a get. And we are not doing the generate text thing. You know what? Hold on. No, the get actually happens elsewhere. So then this is going to be chat ID. Chris develop I don't know, maybe you misunderstand what MCP is. MCP is just about adding extra context for LLMs. They are not something that you schedule like that. The scheduling thing would be through however you feel like doing scheduling, cron job, etc. And an MCP would give it maybe the capability of updating something in Azure, but you still got to do the glue. So here's the tricky part. How do we get access to this chat ID value from the URL when we're doing a GET request to an API endpoint? I know there's a way to do that. Maybe it's here in file conventions. T3.cat. Oh, that's a totally different thing. All right, so I have a Next.js route at this path. API slash chat slash chat ID slash request dot tsx. And it should probably just be TS. I don't know if that matters. Is it used per RAM still? Not according to this. Right? Like, that's how you do it if you were on the front end, Chronic. But I don't think the back end has access to that. Uh, all right, so now I got to look at the Drizzle docs again. Okay, so it's select from posts. That's it. Okay, now hold on. Did I mess up the schema there? It's just ID. We got chat underscore ID. That one's fine. We got to do like the EQ thing. So it's just from Drizzlo RM. There we go. Okay, so we do existing chat. We do existing messages. Select from that where chat messages table. So LG, that would only select the ID though. I want the whole record. And even then, I just don't think that's doing the equality the same way. But a select is selecting the keys that you care about. I want more than just the ID. But only the ID. Yep. And yeah, I still don't know if ID : chat ID would be right there. Like, I mean, we can mouse over select here. Looks to me like select doesn't take anything. Yeah, according to this, select doesn't actually have any arguments. Well, it does say fields right here. Nah? Oh, okay. So hold on. What you're seeing, LG, like totally we could do select, etc., but it would be like ID cars.id, like from the schema that we define, rather than actually like the value that we're looking for. So you would still need a where for like the specific value. Yeah, it's basically like an alias. Yep. Yeah. Okay. It's weird that this doesn't have the fields prop, but at param seems to show it, so I don't know. Whatever. It's a little strange, though. All right, so an existing chat and the existing messages. We're not actually using the existing chat. And I actually only want one value. I don't see a select one. It's just... Right? There is no select one in here. There's select distinct, but that's not the same thing. But maybe this has one? No, we just see select. So .get is not it either. It's not the end of the world. We do want to order by. And you would do it as, yeah, like ascending versus descending. It's just a function. I think ascending could be default. Okay, so this at least comes back with all of that. And we can do that because we don't care about that part. All right, so this right here, chat would go away. And we just want to put that, yeah, it's going to be chat start. But then that top level request goes away. All right, so then on this one, we've got the getter. Sure, we even need the URL part of things. All right, and then, yeah, we go back to validators here. And it really is just chat request schema. So yeah, we can pull that out. So we go back here. Yep, that just stays that way. All right, so then const parsed request is chat request schema, parsing the body. Now, hold on. What we want to do is safe parse. Yeah, so I think we needed to do that here, Sue. Instead of this is safe parse. Yeah, score is not something we're doing. We are doing message. But we can't redeclare that. So it's message. Request message. Oh. Wait, I gotta look up the Zod docs now. I'm totally forgetting this, I think. All right, let me get more music going first. Uh, Wait, am I missing it? Where's safe parse? Yeah, I don't want to try catch that. Okay, yeah, safe parse, results, success, and data. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is parse result then still. There we go. We still want to check for malicious. And do that part. We don't want to create a new chat ID. Okay, so then we verify that it's not malicious. And at that point, we want to insert into the table. Oh, shit. You know what? We do have to do the request thing still. No, can I not do that? All right, so we validate that first. Because that's easy enough. From there, we can do message. Chat ID is that. If no chat ID, we error out there. We get the existing chat. If it doesn't exist, we bail out. So existing chats is equal to that. We create a message ID. Chat ID is actually fine. So yeah, we don't need to do that part. So then create message ID we do here. We insert that. Right, so we get existing messages. And we can parallelize some of this stuff, but we can at least just do some of these requests the naive way first. So user, data, system, or assistant. I feel like that part should be working because these are now like hard coded. Here's what we can do instead. Instead of bot, we'll call it system. All right, so then in our schema, it's generated always as even do. Oh, okay. Aha. So we can do it that way. So then this part is always user or system. So then it's cast and we're good. Right, we're not recording the prompt. That's one thing maybe I want to pull out into something else though, right? All right, so export const prompt. Okay, so we do that. I'm not sure that's actually accurate. Okay. So, let's do this. Pour another whiskey. It is 9 o'clock already. I should probably hop into some gaming or something here in a little bit. Let's pour a strong whiskey because it's that time of night. Do need to figure out what I'm going to eat for dinner. Got some sausages that'll be good. And what's everyone up to? Working on some Go stuff. Nice. So yeah, chat message, reply, result. Do that part. Hold on, we're doing an insert somewhere. I already forgot how. Insert values. Okay, so we must just be missing a value there. System. That was the issue. All right, cool. What we want to do, actually, is part of our schema. int not null 0. Because we do want to track like a score value of how convinced the bot is. And that'll dictate like how happy the smiling face is. Right now he's at 0. And yeah, the images are garbage. But yeah, I think we are at a pretty good place with this. Tomorrow we'll actually switch right back to the oh my god, like GitHub or Git hosting as a database thing, because I think we made some really good progress on this today. That was like the main goal I wanted. I don't have a deadline for this project other than like maybe next Friday. And I can work on this on like the flight down to Arizona, etc., and on the flight back. So yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm curious, can we just push this directly? Changes applied. Nice. Okay. So that's nice. We haven't even committed any data yet, but still kind of cool. So yeah, maybe when I come back on Thursday, I end up working on this a little bit, but I think we got other stuff to work on tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday. Like the oh my god thing, I really like as an idea. So people on YouTube, would y'all like a quick rundown of the, the MCP stuff? I think it's in the title. I should at least run through that one more time for people. One second. Let me just pop this back up. Okay, so your question. Who do I use for domain names? You let an old one expire, and you have not got one since Google shut down domains. I was using Google as well. I've got a few on Squarespace still. I think I'm definitely planning on migrating all of them off of Squarespace. I still have a few on Namecheap that I'm planning on migrating off of there as well. I've been using Cloudflare, but I'm looking to spread them out a bit. I don't like the idea of all of them being in one basket. So yeah, I'm gonna give pork bun a try. Heard good things about pork bun. Gandhi, I've heard is fine. I'm just anti Namecheap because their CEO's a dickhead. Pork bun sounds sketch. I'm curious why. I think they're just indie. I've heard good things about pork bun. I think I might even have like one domain on them. I don't remember though. But Cloudflare's fine. I just think it's definitely worth spreading around. Gandhi is like tried and true. Like they've been around forever. I've never heard any negative things about them. But, if you're around long enough, there will be customers that have a problem with you. Just like Namecheap. Like me and Namecheap. I'm sure Vercel would be pumped if you used them for domains. DM Mulroy would be real stoked. I think he's on that team. But in general, like, there's no special deals or anything, so it's just about using a company that you want to support. But real quick, let's do this part. So, everyone on YouTube, right, who's hanging out because my title says, what is an MCP server? Let's dig into it, whatever. I forget, like, the full title. Let's at least, you know, go through the content for you. That way you can see it and, you know, I'm not totally bamboozling you. We did this earlier at the start of stream and I just didn't change my title. So, basic idea is I will be in Arizona next Wednesday night for an AI and beer event. The agenda will be mingling for the first bit. I'll be doing the MCing, so I'll do the intro, and then I'll do my talk, which is building your own MCP server. Then we got two more Get Kraken developers who will be presenting, Jordan and Ash. And then from 7 to maybe 7:30 or 8, we'll have some of our leadership team that you can actually chat with, which will be kind of cool. So if you're in the Arizona area, might be worth checking out. I got a link for you if you want. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. So anyone here in chat, if you're in the Arizona area, here is a link. And anyone over on YouTube, let me paste that to you. And there we go, just in case. So yeah, continuing along, right? As is tradition. Well, I mean, it's short for Ashley. She just goes by Ash. So, as most meetups go, I will ask people if they have any announcements, like, hey, you guys, you hiring, blah, 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 who here is looking for a job? Check out these people that are hiring. You know, who knows? It's something I'm used to from meetups here in Seattle, at least. But now, time for my talk. And yeah, I probably need to add more content to this. You know, shout out random Get Kraken things. Why not? But building your own MCP server. What is that like? Well, let's at least dig into, first, about me. And let me look at the time. We're at 9:17. I'm going to do like a brief, we'll see how long it takes me to give this talk. We'll pretend that we're catching up and blah, 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 timing. All right, so 9:17. Someone remember that for me. I'm the developer advocate here at Get Kraken. I'm a Twitch streamer, a YouTuber. You can get all my social links via that QR code, right? Remember, this is going to be presented in front of people. Look at how much thinner I was back then. I got to work on that. But let's start off. What is an MCP server, right? You've probably heard the words MCP server, right? It stands for Model Context Protocol, not Master Control Program, and not Mundane Clown Posse. I should probably add some joke slides for those. But Model Context Protocol is basically a server that LLMs will connect to for more context about specific things, and also for maybe actions that an LLM can trigger. So if you're seeing stuff like doing curl requests or CLI actions or things like that, those agentic flows in Cursor, etc., are basically, they may not literally be calling out to an MCP to do that on their behalf, but they don't have that power directly. They have to call out to something else that gives them that power. And that's really what your MCP servers for your projects can be. So one thing to be aware of is it uses JSON RPC for its communication protocol. That just means that it's just JSON, text back and forth between the server and the LLM. It gets finely formatted and, some of that stuff. If you're not familiar with JSON RPC, it's just, RPC stands for Remote Procedure Call. It's a way of just sending messages. And you'll see what these messages look like here in a second. but they can be written in many different programming languages. JSON is not just for JavaScript. It's just a universal message formatting format. Phrasing, right? There are two ways of connecting to an MCP server. There's the command, like a standard IO CLI app. Here at GetKraken, we actually have a CLI app, right? Our CLI tool is for work items and a whole bunch of other really cool stuff to like make multi-repo setups a little easier to deal with. But in that same CLI tool, we have bundled an MCP server that has access to our APIs and various things. So if we have access to data, our MCP server surfaces that data to the LLM consuming it. So that's a CLI app that we've built. But you could also do it through pure HTTP or server-sent events. I believe the SSE stuff is actually old and maybe deprecated, but pure HTTP requests are like part of the modern specification. So in general, here are some core concepts. When we're talking about MCP, there are three main things going. Hosts, which are Cursor, Windsurf, GitHub Copilot, all those things, right? Inside VS Code, they have an MCP server as well. There are clients, which are mainly like processes within your host environment. So Cursor will spin up a process that is the client connecting to the various MCP servers. That way they're not fighting each other on the same like process. If one crashes, it doesn't crash the others, that kind of stuff. And then there's the servers that we just kind of described, the standard IO or the HTTP. And that's the part that we're going to be building ourselves just to let things like Cursor or Windsurf connect to it. So then continuing the core concepts, an MCP server can expose three things: prompts, resources, and tools. Now a prompt, this is just, a set of like structured messages or instructions that the server is going to provide to maybe help the LLM do something very specific. It's maybe the simplest version of what an MCP server could provide. When you think about maybe resources could end up being something like, files or database schemas or application-specific data like an OpenAPI spec or any of that stuff. You could actually have the LLM query your server and you just spit back some resources like these things so that it can inform itself about what your, REST API structure looks like. And they're all uniquely identified by a URI. But the basic idea is, sure, you might build out your own full-on like tools to interact with your OpenAPI spec, but you could also just give the OpenAPI spec to an LLM and it could understand a lot more about what you can do against some API and maybe even make requests against that API with curl, etc. But tools are where things get especially cool. You can think of a tool as just a function that's being called by the LLM. It sends a JSON request to call this tool, and then the tool does whatever it wants on the back end and spits out some data to the LLM. This is where, maybe you're exposing Git functionality. The LLM can then call out to our GetKraken tool that does, a pull request creation or reading from the local file system or the local Git repository to spit out some data. All of this stuff can just be what is essentially just a function that gives you back some data. So when we look at the GetKraken CLI, we see all of these tools that are exposed to Cursor. Each one of these little like pills or tags or whatever you want to call them is a tool that we have exposed to Cursor. And, if we want to update an issue on GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket or Azure DevOps, which we support all of those, you can do that, right? It's not just the Jira tool that we're wrapping. It's not just GitHub, or it's not just Bitbucket, right? All of the MCP servers that you have for those things are like their own specific, unique thing for that. But because we are GetKraken, we do all of these things. And we make it a little like easier to deal with for cross-platform, cross-cloud like functionality. When you think about an MCP server and the architecture, here's a good little diagram maybe, right? Your host, which could be Cursor in this case, is going to spin up a client for each one of the MCP servers you want to connect to. which means, yeah, you might have a couple living on your local machine. Server 1, which is files and Git. Server 2 might be for your database stuff. And then some external API. Who knows, right? Could be the Chuck Norris joke API. Spoiler alert. Right? Could be anything you want. It's just a process inside the host that is connected to either the internet or your local machine. So when this process is happening, right, if you add an MCP server to Cursor, it's going to send this exact JSON RPC message to the server to get back a list of the tools that are exposed to it. So it's just this method, right? The RPC, this is the remote procedure call, tools/list. And we're going to respond back with a bunch of stuff. This is just an example from their documentation on modelcontextprotocol.io, but get weather. And, you know, it's going to take in a location, which is either a city name or a zip code. The LLM will provide that, and you can let it know it's required. What you're maybe missing here, because I should probably zoom out a little bit on the text, is that you can also, if you have a lot of tools, you can paginate those tools and let the LLM like paginate through those. So there is probably some limit on the amount of tools you can send back in a single request from tools/list. I don't know what that limit is, and it's not that important right now. So then from there, once the LLM knows the tools, if you go into Cursor's chat and ask it something about, hey, what is the local weather in New York? Cursor can know that this tool exists, and it will make this call to that function, right? It'll make this tools call RPC method request with parameters of the name of the tool it wants to call and the arguments it's going to pass to it. At which point, our theoretical weather server would respond back with current weather in New York is 70F and sunny. Good thing I'm not doing this during the winter because that would be a lie. So, all right, there's a little bit of background about what an MCP server actually is. But what if you wanted to build your own? What would that even look like? How could you do it? Well, there are frameworks and libraries for a bunch of languages. The official SDKs consist of JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Java, Kotlin, C#, and they have a Rust one in the works. But if you want to use Go, there's a couple community SDKs provided. There's also a community SDK for, you know, JavaScript, TypeScript. There's a Rust one. There's some PHP ones. Pretty much if the language is popular enough, someone's probably built an SDK for it. And if not, well, sounds like some good, fun open source work you can do on your own. So let's look at a basic standard I/O example. It's pretty straightforward. All you would do is define your TypeScript, you know, CLI file. You would spin up a new MCP server, right? And then you would just simply connect to the transport, which is the standard I/O server transport. Now, there's some stuff about like setting up tools and prompts and resources that we're not going to dig too deep into right now, but you would end up just defining these things on the server, and I'll show you some of that here when we look at my implementation. For the HTTP example, I definitely need to fix the styling of this because that is way too short. But the idea is, right, we would create an express server. It's just a server. So it doesn't have to be a standard I/O, you know, command. It can be a server that is persistent, running locally in the cloud, on your intranet, at your large enterprise company, wherever. Not a big deal. And then from there, you create this endpoint called MCP. This MCP endpoint, this is a convention that you are required to do. If you were doing the older SSE stuff, this would be /SSE. But this is required. You can't just change the name of this because the MCP protocol requires this method to be exactly what it is. Now, you might be able to fiddle with that a bit. I haven't messed with it, but the idea is stick with the standard and things will just be easier in general. So then from there, we got a lot of boilerplate. Like a lot of boilerplate. There's this get server function, which is kind of hiding out some stuff from us. And we don't necessarily see any of the tools that have been added because that's happening inside of this get server function. But when I show you some of my custom stuff, you'll see it there. And then, of course, you want to just maybe log that the request was closed if the user turns off the server or whatever. You want to connect to it with the transport, kind of like we saw. And you want to handle requests of the request response and request body to your server, right? So these things need to be passed through to the transport underlying things, and that's where like the RPC stuff extracts out the messages that you're looking for. And then finally, you can catch the errors of, hey, maybe the MCP request just completely borked and who knows why. It's possible, not sure. It was pretty straightforward for what we're doing. And then finally, they define some there is a get MCP method. Now that's not allowed. So this is maybe just some stuff you could do to make your endpoint a little more robust. But in general, the LLMs and Cursor, etc., aren't going to be sending these messages anyway, so these seem a bit redundant. But they were in the example on modelcontextprotocol.io. Right? And then, of course, you start the server like any Express server in JavaScript. So then from there, well, what if we wanted to spin up Chuck Norris facts as a thing, right? Chuck Norris fact is a tool I create and expose. So I mentioned earlier how you're attaching this to the server. It's just server.tool. After we've created it via MCP server, we give it a name, right? We want to give a description to our tool. That's kind of like required. Like you get a warning, so it's not an error if you're missing that. And then finally, inside of our server.tool, we're just going to do a generic fetch request to Chuck Norris jokes random. Not a big deal, right? We're going to log it locally. And right, when we say jokes, we mean facts. These are Chuck Norris facts. And then we're just going to respond back with the type of the content and the text. Boom. Pretty easy. So let's see a quick demo for this. And I forget where that demo even lives. Oh, I closed Cursor, didn't I? All right, so we'll do pnpm MCP, and then we will launch up Cursor. I should have had this going already, but I am slacking at the moment. So we bring this up, and we bring out the AI pane. And then finally, tell me a joke, or tell me a fact about Chuck Norris. And before I get any deeper, hold on, let's go -P. Let's go Cursor settings so I can demonstrate to you and make sure my server is actually there. We click into the MCP section, and we see that, yes, server link Chuck Norris fact is going. We can stop it and restart it, and we see that it is live. If I wasn't live, we wouldn't see that part. But yes, tell me a fact about Chuck Norris. So now it's going to go, oh, hold on. My GetKraken server has a bug. Oops. We do this, it goes, and hey, it wants to call this MCP tool Chuck Norris fact. We give it permission, it goes and runs it, and we see that Chuck Norris invented happiness when he spared a man's life. When the man told his family, Chuck Norris roundhouse kicked him in the jaw, thus ending the man and adding another hair to Chuck's beard. And we can see that right over here where we're logging things, just make sure that, yes, that was a joke, I guess, or a fact, technically, returned by Chuck Norris. Pretty fun, right? Pretty straightforward. It's just a function that you're exposing to the LLM in which you can do basically anything you want and just return the context to it. So, some concerns, and I'm already pretty close to going over my time. There's the idea of stateful and stateless MCP servers. So a stateful MCP server is a new instance of the transport, and each request is one of those. And your users could have context that is shared or stored separately. So you need to handle the session IDs and a bunch of that stuff. Stateless is very similar, but there is no persistent state. So it's a good idea for maybe a single user server to do, and I think I have these backwards maybe, right? A stateless server is only going to maintain what you have and what you keep in RAM, but without the idea of a session, multiple users are going to see what other users have done. So you could be leaking private data or all sorts of stuff. So your MCP server has to be very aware of how people are going to be using it. If it's just on your local machine, you're probably fine. But if you're hosting this remotely, something to consider, and you probably want to be stable. Another thing to remember is that MCP servers might have to do stuff that requires authorization. So one easy way of doing that is just having the user generate a token somewhere, personal access token, JWT, whatever, and you can just attach that as a header via the MCP server configuration. But then it's hard-coded, and what if it goes out of date or expires? So instead, OAuth is a way that you could do some auth for MCP server stuff, but it's not fully standardized, or at least as far as I can tell, it wasn't fully standardized. So each MCP server kind of exposes its own way of doing some of this junk, and eventually we might land on a pattern that all of the MCP servers adopt. But for the time being, it's really just up in the air. For our GitKraken CLI and MCP server, we actually just we'll let you know that maybe you're not authenticated anymore, and we'll just prompt you to go use the CLI tool to authenticate via the command line instead. It's maybe not perfect, and it would be nice if the LLM could redirect you to get that token itself, but at least we can report out via an error that the user needs to re-authenticate, etc. And that's maybe something that you might want to pursue for yourself. Now, MCP servers, there are a lot of them. There's one for GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. You can find all of them at some of these directories. The biggest one, I think, is maybe just the github.com model context protocol servers. There's Pulse MCP, Glamma.ai, MCP.so, MCP.run, and Docker even has a catalog as well. So if you're just looking to add more functionality to something like Cursor, you can go find a bunch of these things without having to build your own. One thing to remember, though, is that model context protocol servers have a lot of power. If you're running these things locally, they have access to your local file system. So a malicious MCP server is basically giving away the keys to the kingdom. Now, one of the interesting things here is that MCP.run kind of prevents a little bit of that, because they're running inside of a sandbox inside of WASM, or WebAssembly. So to explicitly allow external HTTP requests, the WASM has to take in a sandboxed allowed or allow listed set of domains, and that means that a malicious update wouldn't necessarily have that same access. So some interesting stuff there. I need to mess with MCP.run a lot more, though. But if you're looking for MCP servers, go ahead and check them out. And finally, yes, I know I kind of ranted and raved, and, hopefully you enjoyed some of that and got some good context. And maybe that inspires you to build your own MCP servers, because they're pretty straightforward and simple. At the bare minimum, you might want to check out the GitKraken MCP server to improve your usage of Cursor and to have it commit and check out PRs and blah, 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 and all that stuff. So thank you for letting me speak, and we're going to move on to the other presenters, and then blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that was 20 minutes. We may go over time. I'm okay with that. How do we feel about that presentation? So there you go, YouTube. I didn't bamboozle you. We got back to it. And I needed to do a practice run anyway, just to get a feel for the time. I think some of these things I went a little too deep on. When I'm speaking in person, I tend to gloss over stuff, so I think I'll probably be dead on balls accurate for a 10 to 15 minute talk. But was there stuff that maybe I should add that would make it better? Bueller? I think what I'm hearing is that it was perfect and there's nothing I could improve. So, thank you. I appreciate that. But all right, so we got a lot of good stuff done today, but it is almost 10 p.m. I need to get some food in my belly, and I want to play some video games. I'm not sure what games I'm going to play yet, but we got time. The next big question is, who should we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? I see Sergeant Pepper. I see Nervix. They're playing Apex. Let me just go look at the list. The running example, nice. You probably spent more time reading about it than I put into gathering all that info. I did a little bit of reading last night with a bunch of the whiskey in me. But yeah, no, it helps. I think the big thing is that it's really just not that complicated. It's easy to overcomplicate it, you know? Let's go raid Sergeant Pepper. He's learning Godot or Godot. Day 19 of Godot Rust. But also Lightspeed, I have a lot of practice just putting together conference talks and, you know, meetup talks and all that stuff. I don't know. I think I've probably got a good deal of practice to where just understanding the structure a little bit helps, but I don't know. I'm sure there's always more I can do. But yeah, YouTube, how'd you like that? Hopefully you enjoyed it. And tomorrow I will be back on the, oh my God, right? Like the Git hosting as a database tool. Because I think I made a good set of progress, especially on this presentation, and then also on the convince your boss like AI bot. We're not done with this thing yet, but I can work on this when I'm on the plane or something, like while I'm flying to Arizona. So yeah, good stuff. YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. I will be over on my gaming channel. My gaming channel is Griffing and Chill on Twitch. We'll probably watch a show while I cook up some sausages, and from there, I don't know, we'll figure out what game to play. I'm not even sure yet.